Okay, so we will discuss the operating instructions of the Festo devices. First of all, regarding the safety instructions. See, we have this information, right? Danger, danger warning, caution, etc. Right? In different colors, right? What is the meaning? So, what is the meaning? So, one is in red color, another one is in orange, and another one is yellow, right? So, what is the meaning of this danger, warning, caution? So, danger means, okay, if you avoid this message, what will happen? It will create immediate death, severe personal injury if not avoided. Indicates an imminently hazardous situation. Means imminently means immediately, the very next moment. If you avoid this information, this message, it will create a serious damage to your life or your system. So just imagine, just to say 400 voltage. Okay. Okay. So if you are working near 400 voltage location and you didn't turn off that 400 voltage current, that means high voltage current. Okay. So that is a dangerous place. That is a dangerous situation, right? So if you are working near 400 voltage current, okay, it's better to turn off that current. So this is an example of danger. So if you see this, uh, so check this color. Okay, this is very important. And another one is called warning. What is this warning? So warning means uh, the situation is more dangerous, right? Okay, if you didn't follow this information, okay, it will happen severe death or fatal or severe personal injury if not avoided. So for example, see for example, uh, one robot is working. Okay, so one robot is working in its operating area. Okay, you will enter into that particular area. It will create accidents, right? Without any safety. Okay, so based on this color, we can differentiate what is the level of the situation. Is it danger or warning, caution? So caution means uh, if you compare the 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 problem because of these two types of dangers. If you compare this will be very less comparing these two. So this will be more danger, right? This is intermediate. If you compare this will be less. Moderate or slight personal injury or severe property damage if not avoided. Then coming to this one, not. So what is the meaning of this? Not indicates a potentially hazardous situation that may result in property damage or loss of function if not avoided. So remember this danger, warning, caution, not. Okay, so out of this situation, this one will be more serious thing, right? Okay, after that one, after that caution, small. So before operating this equipment, you should understand the safety instructions. Okay. So before operating the equipment, it's better to understand the safety instructions first. Then only you should operate this. So here I'm going to explain what this pictograms, right? So this pictograms. Some pictures you can see, right? So if you enter into an industrial environment, you will see this type of different symbols, right? So what is the meaning of these different symbols? So one is, this is called this is one exclamation mark, right? Okay, so this is, what is the meaning? Hazard warning. Okay, if you see this symbol, you should be very careful. If you see this symbol, you should be very careful. Okay, then if you see this symbol, warning, dangerous electric voltage. Okay, so see, if you see the panel, right? So the panel below the cyber physical system, right? So this image is shown, right? What is the meaning? Dangerous situation. Okay, dangerous electric voltage. So what is the meaning? In that particular area, okay, having high voltage parts will be there. Okay, so very careful. Okay, that means there is a possibility to get an electric shock. Okay, if you are going to do some job or anything, first turn off the power supply. Then we have this exclamation mark, and there is a book showing, right? What is the meaning? Read and observe the operating and safety instructions prior to commissioning. That means before operating the equipment, you should read the manual thoroughly, and also you should understand the safety instructions. Clear? And also only trained personnel should use this. Then switch off the device and unplug the connection for power supply from the plug socket before commencing installation, repair, maintenance, or cleaning work. Okay, so this means before doing the maintenance or any repair or any cleaning work, okay, first of all, turn off the device. Turn off the device. That means turn off the equipment, remove the power plug socket. Okay, if you remove the power plug from the socket, this will avoid electric shock or unnecessary movement of the device. So it should be better to remove the power plug from the socket. Switch off the device and unplug the connection for power supply from the plug socket. Then what is the meaning of this? For example, in Ultimaker S3, there you will see this type of symbol, right? So what is the meaning of this symbol? Warning, hot surface. That means that that place will be too much hot. If you touch directly, okay, it will create some issues to your hand. Okay, once it will become cold, you can touch it, or you can use some safety devices. So this is very important. So this represents high voltage, and this represents hot surface. So in Festo devices, you can see this type of symbol. This represents high voltage, dangerous electric voltage. In Ultimaker S3 3D printers, you can see this type of symbol, hot surface symbol. Then here you can see there is a hand, right? And there are two lines, right? If you put your line inside, it will create hand injury, right? So that is the simple meaning, right? So if you place your hand here, because in this particular area where you have some moving parts, clamps, gears, etc., so it will create damage to your hand. Okay, so for example, if conveyor belt is working, do not put your hand into the conveyor belt. This is very important. Okay, so before the next one is the warning risk of entanglement. Okay, so this means, uh, so for example, let's take the example of a conveyor belt, right? If the conveyor belt is moving, right? Okay, your hair or your dress tie or any jewelries, okay, it will lock into the machinery. It will create damage to your your health, right? So if you have long hair, it's better to cover everything, right? Okay, and that's why that's why in the lab it's clearly mentioned to use coat, right? It's better to wear a suitable coat, right? So that it will cover everything. That's why that's why we are suggesting, if you enter into a lab, you should wear a coat. Okay, this is for your safety. Okay, so once again, before operating this type of advanced equipment, you should understand the different types of situations: danger, warning, caution. I hope you understand what is the difference. Okay, and when you enter into the lab or any device, you will see this type of symbols, right? Okay, it's better to, for example, if you are going to operate a 3D printer, you will see this type of symbol. Okay, there is no explanation, only this symbol. You should understand what is the meaning of this, because you are engineers, right? So you should understand what is the meaning of this. So this means hot surface, right? And this is very important. Okay, if you see this symbol, what is the meaning? Dangerous electric voltage. That means 400, for example, 400 volt. So so before so before entering into a lab, so before entering into a lab, you should uh, okay, you should, first of all, you should read the manual thoroughly. Okay, you should read the manual thoroughly, right? If you are going to do some maintenance or anything, first of all, turn off the power supply, right, and unplug it from the power socket. And if you are working near high voltage location, you should be very careful, because in, you are working near very high voltage. If you see this symbol, what is the meaning? You are working near very high voltage environment, right? So it will create some serious issues with your health. Okay, so if you see this symbol, it's very important. And if you see this type of symbol, do not touch there. That will that will create damage to your hand or your body. Okay, and if one machine is working, do not put your hand inside. Okay, and finally, you should wear coat. Okay, you should cover your hair, your dresses, your jewelries, everything inside that particular coat. That's why we are suggesting coat is mandatory inside the laboratory environment. Okay, so the next one is if you see a magnet inside this, what is the meaning? It is showing that uh, this area is having magnetic field. Okay, so if if you are in a magnetic field, it will affect your electronic devices, medical devices, etc. So, for example, if a patient is using pacemaker, okay, they should be very much careful when they are going to enter into this magnetic field environment. Some magnetic storage devices, hard disk or magnetic card, that will face some damage if they will enter into this type of magnetic field environment. Then another one is called you can see a person is handling a load, right? So what is the meaning? Warning, lifting heavy loads. So that means if we are lifting heavy equipments or heavy devices, okay, so we will provide this type of information. If a personnel is lifting this type of equipments or any parts, it will create some muscle problems, some back pain, or other issues he can face. So the meaning is that the person who is lifting this type of load, he should lift the load properly. Okay, proper method should use. If required, we can use more than one person to lift the load, or they can use lifting equipment. Okay, anyway, what is the meaning is that there is a warning lifting heavy loads here in this particular area. What is the meaning in this particular area? Magnetic field is there. Then coming to the next one, ESD. So, okay, there is a hand and there is a line, right? So what is the meaning? Electrostatically sensitive devices. So this image is showing the devices where it will face some damage because of the electrostatic discharge, ESD. Okay. So for example, even though some small static electricity from the human body will affect the device, okay, for example, PLC, control board, sensor, CPU, etc. Even though small static electricity from the human body. So this image is representing that. Okay, so the device in this particular area is electrostatically sensitive devices. That means even though small static electricity will affect the life of that particular device. And finally, this one, okay, like a book, and there is one I symbol, right? I means information. Okay, I means information or reference to other documentation. That means if you see this, what is the meaning? You will get more information in another manual or guide or another documentation. So if you are going to do some advanced things, you should refer these documents. So coming to the intended use. Intended use means what is the use of this device? Okay. Why Festo developed this type of systems? So we should use this systems only for that particular purpose. Okay. So Festo developed this device. One is for teaching purpose. Okay. So teaching and training applications. So this system we can use for teaching and training applications. And very important point is that when their safety functions are in perfect condition. Okay, if you are going to use this for teaching and training applications, all the emergency or all the safety functions are in perfect condition. So Festo manufactured these advanced devices, and they have used new technologies and approved safety guidelines, recognized safety rules. If somebody used this equipment uh, in a wrong way, that will create damage. Okay, to the user, or it will create damage to the people near to the operator, and also it will create damage to the equipment also. So this was developed only for exclusively for education and training in the field of automation technology. So this was devised to teach in the field of education and technology, in the field of automation technology. Okay, if somebody is using this equipment, they should follow the guidelines mentioned in the operating manual. They should follow the safety guidelines mentioned in the operating manual. CNC, so this system is having CNC, industrial robot, conveyor system. These are some complex systems. Okay, so so industries, so sorry, the educational institutions should conduct a risk assessment. So training with complex machinery is a highly hazardous activity. The operating company must draw up and document a workplace risk assessment. So before starting the operation, uh, it should we should give proper safety guidelines to the operator. The trainees must be briefed on all the relevant safety aspects before work commences. Then coming to the liability. Okay, as they have mentioned that this system was designed only for education and training purpose. If the company used other than this, okay, if some damage was happened, Festo is not responsible. Okay, if some issues happened because of the uh, issues from the Festo, okay, so they will be responsible. Otherwise, they will not be responsible. And another important point is that, okay, so we can use any extension or accessories or spare parts. It should be approved by the Festo Didactic and only permitted for use for their intended purpose. And another important point is that this system was developed as per the CE standards, as per the CE standards. That means CE standards means European standards. So do not change any modification. If you modify this system, okay, CE declaration of conformity will becomes null and void. Okay, in that case, we need new CE certification is required. Okay, so the point mentioned in this was use only this system for training and educational purposes. Before operating this system, we should give a proper safety briefing. We should make sure that the emergency stop, safety sensors, everything will be working properly. And do not use any hardware or software systems without the approval of FSTO. Maintenance, calibration, origin setting, etc. under the guidance of trained people only. Coming to for your safety. Okay, so important information. So before operating this equipment, we should understand basic safety guidelines and safety instructions. Without understanding the safety instructions, do not operate the machine. If you don't know the safety instructions, do not operate the machine. And another important point is that operating manual. Okay, learn the operating manual thoroughly. Okay, if you use the device, you should refer this operating manual. Okay, you should follow the steps mentioned in this operating manual. And also we should follow the accident prevention rules and regulations that are applicable at the respective place of use must be adhered to. Okay, you should follow the accident prevention rules mentioned inside this lab. And also we should follow the national safety guidelines as per the Kuwait law. As per the Kuwait law, we should follow all those guidelines and regulations. So these are the general informations I can give you. Okay, then coming to warning and caution. See, what is the warning here? Malfunctions which could impair safety must be eliminated immediately. Okay, so what is the meaning of this? This means if you see any malfunctions that will directly affect the safety, okay, we should immediately rectify it, eliminate it immediately. That means do not use a machine where the machine was not working, where the machine is in malfunction. Okay, so for example, if your machine emergency stop is not working, okay, and your safety sensor is not working, okay, if the robot is moving in a different position, and if you are hearing some unwanted sound from the CNC machine, so if you observe all those situations, we should immediately rectify it. Then coming to caution. Improper repairs or modifications may result in unforeseeable operating situations. See, what is the meaning? If you will do an improper repair or any modifications, okay, what will happen? The system will work in a different way. Okay, just follow the whatever informations mentioned in the operating manual. We should follow only the instructions mentioned in the operating manual. Do not do any repair or any modification without mentioned in this operating manual. Okay, and another thing is that do not change the PLC program. Okay, without the approval, do not change the PLC program. Avoiding safety switch, changing the robot parameter, changing the CNC wiring. Okay, so changing the Festo sensor with another type of sensor. Okay, this will create damage to the system. So the main point is that if somebody who is planning to operate this system, they should read the operating manual thoroughly. Without reading the operating manual, do not operate this system. Make sure that your emergency stop, safety sensor, everything is working properly. If any damage, if you see any malfunction or any damage to the system, immediately turn off the machine. Do not change any parameters, software, hardware, PLC program, etc. Do not change it. Okay. You can conduct the maintenance after getting the proper training from the first one. Can conduct the repair or maintenance. Okay. So these are the general guidelines before operating the Festo system. Okay, we should follow the safety guidelines properly because it will directly affect the life of the operator, right? Okay, so the main point is that we should follow the operating instructions mentioned in the operating manual. Okay, so here it is mentioning qualified persons, right? Then obligations of the operating company and obligations of the training. Okay, so what is the meaning of qualified person? Okay, so somebody can operate this machine where the person was getting proper training from the company. Okay, so qualified person means somebody who knows the operation of the machine, of the system, or somebody who will be able to understand the dangerous situation, or somebody who will be able to avoid accidents, or somebody who will be able to take some necessary safety uh, ideas, okay, during some in difficult situation, right? So those persons we call it as qualified persons, right? Okay, if somebody is working with this product and when he is facing some danger or any risk or anything, he will be able to rectify it. Okay, we call it as qualified person. Okay, so if somebody will be able to follow the operating instructions properly mentioned in this document, he will be a qualified person. Okay. Then coming to the obligations of the operating company. Okay. It should be our it should be our responsible to operate the equipment properly, safely. Okay. So the first point is that it is the responsibility of the operating company to ensure that the station is operated safely. The operating company undertakes to allow only those persons to work with the components and systems who are familiar with the basic regulations regarding occupational safety with the safety instructions and with the accident prevention regulations, and who have been instructed in the use of components and systems. Okay, he should know occupational safety rules. He should thorough about accident prevention rules, safety instructions. Okay, manual should read thoroughly. Okay, so he should, so somebody who is planning to operate the machine, he should thoroughly read the operating manual plus the safety chapter. Have read and understood the safety chapter and warnings in these operating instructions. Are qualified to operate the components and systems in question. Okay, so the person who is planning to operate this machine, having a person who who already completed proper training and qualification. So somebody who is having proper training and qualification only operate this system. Are governed by the and trained in suitable organizational measures to ensure safe training. So in order to provide work safely, we should provide proper safety training is required. Then obligations of the trainees, right? So in the case of students or somebody who is operating this. Okay, so before operating this equipment, read the chapter concerning safety and the warnings in these operating instructions. Okay, if somebody who is going to operate this equipment, those people before operating the equipment, they should read a safety chapter. Okay, you should thoroughly read the safety chapter and also understand the warnings. Okay, you should understand what is the meaning of each and every warning, and also they should follow occupational safety rules. You should follow the rules mentioned inside this lab, and also you should follow accident prevention rules. Okay, so what are the general rules I can say? Without the prior permission from the instructor or the person who is inside this lab, do not turn on the machine. You should know where is the, okay, first of all, you should know where is the emergency stop. Okay, so if you enter into the environment, you can see a red button. Okay, where is the position of emergency stop? Okay, if something is happening in a different way, just press immediately. If you press, then nothing will happen. Okay, if 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 you are operating in this environment and if you see this type of emergency switch, if you press this emergency switch, what will happen? It will immediately shut down the system without affecting any problem and no issues. Just you can directly press it. If you are operating the machine and if your robot is moving in a different way, just press the emergency button. Immediately the robot will stop. Okay, so you should know where is the emergency stop. Every machine you can see emergency stop, right? If the robot is moving in a different way, just press the emergency button. That's it. Okay, it will stop. How you will release? Just release the emergency button, press the reset button. That's it. Then PPEs. You should wear safety shoes, safety glasses. Before operating the device, you should read the manual thoroughly. Okay, if you have any doubts, you should ask to the supervisor inside the lab. Okay, so you can give access to the people, those who have completed training, and make sure that all the safety devices are working properly. If if the student is new, we should give proper safety induction. Okay, so coming to the basic safety instructions. So we have general information and mechanical components, right? Okay, so some general informations. Caution. Caution means you should be vigilant. So caution means you should be vigilant. Okay, so this means every time you will be under the guidance of, under the supervision of an instructor or a lab supervisor. Okay, if you are going to operate a machine, you will be under the guidance or supervision of an instructor or a supervisor. And every equipment, okay, you should check the technical data, operating limits, safety instructions. You should follow those thoroughly. So every device is having a technical data, okay, having operating limits. For example, what will be the maximum maximum reaching limit of the robot? Okay, so we should understand the every device. Every device is having its technical data, operating limits, and you know, instructions properly. Specifications including the technical data, okay, and also safety instructions. And another important point is that personal protective equipment, PPE. Okay, so PPE means you should wear safety goggles whenever required, right? Then safety shoes. If required, you can wear gloves also. Never leave objects lying on the top of protective enclosures. Vibrations could cause such objects to fall off. Okay, so for example, do not place anything on the CNC machine. Why? So during the machining, vibrations will happen, right? So because of the vibration, it will fall off, right? So it will fall off and it will create severe issues to your hand or leg or body. Okay, so these are some of the general information. I hope it's clear. Okay, I hope it's clear. Okay, and then coming to the mechanical components. Okay, so warning, switch off the power supply. Okay, so this is related to the maintenance. Okay, so before doing the maintenance, this is not applicable to you. Okay, if I am doing the maintenance, okay, I have to turn off the power supply and I can conduct the maintenance. Turn off the operating power, turn off the control power. Then only if if we need to conduct some maintenance, we can conduct the maintenance. Do not put your hand, never reach into the setup unless it is at a complete standstill. For example, if one machine is working, operating, okay, and some mechanical part is moving, okay, do not put your hand inside the mechanical part. Never reach into the setup unless it is at a complete standstill. Then be aware of potential over travel times for the actuators. Okay, so for example, the actuators means the moving part. Okay, so pneumatic cylinder, electric actuator, etc. It will move beyond the limit. Okay, so we should be very careful, be aware of the potential over travel times for the actuators. Risk of injury during troubleshooting. Use a tool such as a screwdriver for actuating sensors. Okay, if you are testing a sensor, do not touch the sensor using your hand. Okay, you should use tools such as screwdriver for actuating sensors. Okay, so what is this symbol? I hope you understand what is the meaning of this symbol, right? Warning hot surface, right? If you see in 3D printer, 3D printer, we have a table, right? If you see that glass table, okay, glass plate, there you can see this type of symbol. What is the meaning? Warning hot surface, right? That means during the operation time, so during the operation time, the temperature will be very high. Okay, if you directly touch it, it will create damage. There is a risk of burns due to the hot surface. So before doing the maintenance, we should give proper time to cool it. Allow the device to cool off before commencing work. Use suitable protective clothing, example safety gloves. Devices can reach high temperatures during operation, as a result of which they can cause burns if touched. If you touch, okay, it will create damage to your hand. Okay, so can cause burns if touched. So I hope you understand the meaning of this symbol. Okay, warning, hot surface. So this symbol, what is the meaning of this symbol? Warning, hot surface, right? Next is electrical for general product safety. This is related to the power. Okay, because we are using high voltage, right? Okay, let's see. Warning, right? So warning, right? What is the meaning? High voltage, right? So warning, high voltage. This is warning, hot surface, right? This is high voltage and this is hot surface, right? Okay, so this is related to the maintenance. Before doing the maintenance, first of all, turn off all the power supply. Okay, so before doing the maintenance, you should turn off the power supply. Even though you turned off the power supply, okay, we have capacitors inside the device. Okay, so capacitor will store some energy, some electrical energy. Okay, so that's why if you turned off the device, okay, immediately do not touch what's inside the device. Okay, you should wait uh, till till the time mentioned in the manual. Okay, capacitors inside the device may still be charged even after being disconnected from all sources of voltage. Then the second point, danger due to malfunction. Okay, the first one is never place or leave liquids on the station in open containers. So do not place any water or any liquids, okay, where the bottle is in one position, okay, on the machine. And another thing is that the machine must not be switched on if there is condensation on its surface. If there is condensation, that means liquid content on the surface of the machine, do not turn on the machine. Never lay pipes or hoses designed to carry liquid media near the machine. Okay, if the machine is there, okay, do not use any hose or any pipe that will carry liquid media near the machine. So what will happen because of this? Because of this, it will create electric short circuit or equipment damage will happen. See, unsuitable power supply. If you use a wrong voltage or a wrong power supply, electric shock will happen. Okay, it will create severe or fatal injury. So this is a very important point. Do not use any unsuitable power supply. Always use power supplies that provide SELV. SELV means safety extra low voltage, or PELV, protective extra low voltage. Okay, so use the device having SELV or PELV, safety extra low voltage or protective extra low voltage. So the next one will be grounding is mandatory. If the machine is not properly grounded, okay, or earthing, okay, metal parts will have dangerous voltage. Okay, if we touch it, it will again affect the severe electric issues. So ground the device in accordance with the applicable regulations. Okay, then coming to this one, what is the meaning? Hot surface, right? So, so this is if we use unsuitable power supply, right? What will happen? Component will uh, overheat. This can cause components to overheat, leading to breakout of fire. Okay, it will create fire. So we should use proper suitable power supply. For the electronics modules, use LPS. LPS means limited power supply for electronic modules. Okay, so we discussed about uh, before doing any maintenance, disconnect all sources from the electrical power. Okay, remember the capacitor. Even though we turned off the power, the capacitor will store some amount of energy. So we should wait the time mentioned in the manual. Then only we have to touch the device. And if the equipment is not working, any malfunction, do not operate the machine. Okay, use only suitable power supply. If you use any unsuitable power supply, what will happen? The component will face heating will happen. Again, it will create damage to the system as well as problem to the operator. Okay, grounding is mandatory. Okay, if there is no grounding, electric shock will happen. So these are the some of the instructions related to the electrical for general product safety. Okay, next is caution. Okay, again, this is the continuation of electrical, electrical for general product safety. Okay, first point is that we should use correct cables. Okay, here we are using um, n number of cables, right? So if we use the connecting cables, we should use proper cables. Okay, if you use any wrong cables, again, this is showing what high voltage, right? Dangerous. Okay, dangerous high voltage, right? If you use uh, any wrong cable, again, it will directly create damage to the operator as well as the system. Okay, so laying the cables correctly. So make sure they are not kinked. Kinked means like bent. Kinked, sheared. Sheared means pinched, stretched, etc. If any cable is on the floor, it should be covered with the cable bridge to protect them. Okay, if there is a cable on the floor, if there is a cable on the floor, we should cover it using cable bridge or cable protector. And another important point is that if any hot surface will be there, do not put cable on the hot surface. Okay, so because of the hot, uh, okay, what will happen? Cable will face this heat and it will create a short circuit. Because of that, short circuit will happen. Make sure that connecting cables are not subjected to continuous tensile load. Okay, if continuous tensile load will be there, cable will break, right? Okay, so make sure that the connecting cables are not subjected to continuous tensile load. And then another thing is that grounding. Devices with a grounding terminal must always be grounded. Grounding or earthing is mandatory. Okay, check the ground connection. After that, give the proper power supply. If you turn off it, first disconnect the power. Okay, and finally you have to disconnect the ground connection. In some devices having high leakage current, so in that cases uh, they have extra additional grounding is required. Then coming to the fuse. Okay, so we should use the fuse where the manufacturer mentioned, okay, as per the rating. If you use a fuse other than the manufacturer mentioning, again it will create damage to the system. Built-in fuse. The device is not equipped with a built-in fuse unless otherwise specified in the technical data. Then safe operation of the device is not possible in the event of any of the following circumstances. Okay, if you see any visible damage, okay, if you see the machine and if you see any visible damage, do not operate the machine. Okay, if any malfunction, if you face any malfunction, do not operate the machine. Inappropriate storage, incorrect transport. Okay, if you will see any of these situations, do not operate the machine. In this case, you should turn off the power supply immediately. So in the lab, we have Ethernet cable, right? We have Ethernet cable, PLC, sensor cables, etc. So make sure that the cable is not facing any tensile load, right? If there is a cable on the floor, it should be covered using cable protector or cable. Where is that? Cable bridge. Cables laid on the floor must be covered with a cable bridge to protect. Okay, and also grounding or earthing is mandatory. Okay, next is electrical for general machine safety. Again, what is the symbol? The meaning of symbol is warning, high voltage, right? Dangerous voltage. So grounding. Okay, grounding. We already discussed that grounding is mandatory, right? Protective grounding. So protective grounding means in yellow, green. So do not uh, remove or do not cut this yellow green wire. Okay, must not be interrupted either inside or outside of the device. Yellow green. And the insulation must never be damaged or removed. If there is no ground or earthing, okay, the metal body will face high voltage. So if you avoid this grounding in this system, okay, it will directly affect the health. Then power supply, connecting power supply units in series. Okay, okay. Do not connect power supply in series. For example, contact voltages of greater than 24 voltage AC or 60 voltage DC are not permissible. Contact with voltages of greater than 50 voltage AC or 120 voltage DC may be fatal. Okay, if you touch 50 voltage AC or 120 voltage DC, if you touch directly, it will directly affect the health. So that's why do not connect two power supply in series. Okay, so for example, if you connect 24 plus 24 voltage, okay, you will get 48 voltage, right? Okay, do not do that. Then the third one will be electric shock. Okay, so the output terminals, connectors, cables of the power supply do not touch. So do not touch the power supplies, output sockets, terminals, or cables directly. Use proper connector cables having high insulation, good insulation. Fully shrouded safety sockets use. Do not touch your hand in the terminal was opened. Okay, so we discussed about the importance of grounding, right? Okay, it is very mandatory. If grounding is not there, metal body will be facing high voltage. Do not touch the power terminal directly with your hand. And another thing is that do not connect the power supply series. Okay, do not connect the power supply series connection. Okay, again, let's see the simple high voltage, right? So dangerous high voltage, right? This is warning hot surface, right? So warning, right? So what is this? Disconnect from all sources of electrical power. If you are going to conduct one maintenance, you should disconnect all sources from the electrical power. In this capacitor, we already discussed, right? Malfunction, we already discussed. Not using unsuitable power supply. Grounding is mandatory. Because of using unsuitable power supply, overheat will happen, right? So because of overheat, it will create damage to your, if you touch, it will directly affect your hand. Okay. Uh, Always use limited power supplies, LPS, for all the connections and terminals on the electronics modules. Then coming to the caution. Okay, again, dangerous high voltage, right? So this we already discussed. This is related to the cable, right? Okay, if there is a cable on the floor, we should cover it with a cable bridge or cable protector. Okay, this tensile load we discussed, right? Fuses. If you see any these issues, do not operate the machine. Switch off the power supply immediately. Okay, then coming to the pneumatic components. Okay, one one is depressurize the system before doing the maintenance or repair. Okay, first of all, turn off the compressed air supply. Switch off the compressed air power supply and check the pressure gauge. Okay, if you check the pressure gauge, okay, and you can see whether the system is having compressed air is available or not. If the pressure gauge is showing 6 bar, what is the meaning? 6 bar pressure is inside the system. So using the compressed air supply, check the pressure gauge. Before doing the maintenance, uh, turn off the compressed air supply. Risk of injury when switching on the compressed air. If you turn on the compressed air, the pneumatic cylinder will move, forward and backward. Okay, so do not place your hand or any body parts near to this. Risk of accident due to advancing cylinders. In the pneumatic cylinder having a piston rod, right? Okay, no obstruction. Okay, working space is unobstructed along its entire stroke range. If any issues, any obstructions in the path, okay, it will hit and we will not get the correct output. Piston rod cannot collide with any of the rigid components in the setup. Then next is what is called a pneumatic tubing. So using proper barbed connectors, connected. Okay, if pneumatic tubing slips off, immediately turn off the compressed air supply. And another very important point is that do not exceed the maximum permissible pressure of 600 kilopascal, 6 bar. Okay, so to operate the system, the permitted pressure is 6 bar. So do not use pressure more than this. Do not exceed the maximum permissible pressure of 600 kilopascal. Do not switch on the compressed air until all the barbed tubing connectors have been connected and secured. Check all the pneumatic tubes and connectors, then only you can turn on the air supply. Do not disconnect the pneumatic tubing while it is under pressure. Okay, if the system is having pressure, do not remove the tube. This will create serious damage. Then check the condition of the condensate in the service unit regularly. If necessary, drain the condensate and dispose of it properly. You should check the service unit, air filter, FRL unit. Okay, you should check the condensate. If required, drain the condensate properly. So what are the points we discussed? Pneumatic cylinder, right? Okay. If you are going to do the maintenance, first of all, turn off the main air supply. Check the pressure gauge. Okay, what is the pressure gauge reading in that pressure gauge? Is it 0 bar? Okay, after that only remove the tube or cylinder. Then this is very important, FRL unit. Okay, check the air filter. Okay, check the air filter is having water will be there. Okay, if required, we can open the drain valve and we can remove the condensate. Okay, then coming to the pneumatic components again caution. That means you should be vigilant. Okay, caution means you should be vigilant. Pneumatic circuit unit. Okay, the tube. What will be the diameter of the tube? 4 or 6 millimeter tube, outer diameter. Plastic pneumatic tubing. And push the pneumatic tubing into the pushing connector as far as it will go. If the tube is not connected properly, air leakage will happen. Then dismantling pneumatic circuits. Okay, again the first step will be turn off the compressed air supply. After that, press the blue release ring in the push-in connector. After that, you can remove the tube. Okay, remember, do not take the tube if pressure is in the system. Check the pressure gauge and make sure that it will be 0 bar pressure. Then compressed air. If compressed air is going, having a big noise, right? Okay, this will directly affect your hearing. Okay, so in order to avoid that situation, wear muffler or use silencer. If the sound is too high, use hearing protection or ear protection. Using hearing protection or ear protection. So do not remove these mufflers. So the muffler is used to reduce the sound. So do not remove these mufflers. Next is the guarantee and liability for application examples. See, whatever application examples mentioned in this manual is only for training and explanation. Okay, so they will not give any guarantee or any complete solution. So the application examples are not representations of any specific customer solution, only for training and explanation only. So based on the customer requirement or device or configuration, the need will be different. So before operating it, it should be properly, thoroughly checked. And also another important point is that it should be the responsibility of the operator to operate the system properly. handled safely when it is being used, installed, operated or maintained. Then coming to the cyber security. Okay, see, these all these devices are worked in a network. So cyber security is very important. Okay, industrial security is required. Okay, so do not give a entry to unauthorized users into the network. Use firewall. Update the software. Do not use any old version. Use a new software only. And software tampering. Warning: software tampering, virus, Trojan, malware, etc. Okay, so it will create damage to the device. So the it's better to update the software. Okay, keep your software up to date. Keep your software up to date. All the automation components will be part of the industrial security system. Hello. So additional safety instructions, this we already discussed, related to the hot surface, right? So uh, uh, do not give any connection where there will be a hot surface. Okay. Do not give any cable connection if there is a hot surface. Okay, if there is a hot surface, we should provide that symbol. It's mandatory. And also check the current rating. Okay, every device there is a maximum current rating. Okay, so do not overcome that current rating. Okay, what will be the device current rating, cable current rating, fuse current rating? Check everything. If current rating is not matching, you should use upstream fuse for over current protection. to, for overcurrent protection, provide a separate upstream fuse. And a very important point, grounding. Grounding is mandatory. Green yellow laboratory socket is available. So first of all, the ground connected to the connect the ground wire, and then after that connect the power supply. When you turn off, first turn off the power supply, and then after that remove the ground wire. Ground wire means green yellow laboratory socket. And finally, warning. This system is developed to use in industrial environment. So do not use this in a domestic environment or any commercial environments. Okay, it will create electrical interference. Communication errors will happen. Okay, malfunction. System will face malfunction. So only use this in an industrial environment. Next is guarantee and liability. Okay, so first of all, the product is designed, so there is an intended usage, right? Okay, if you use this device to any other requirement, it will create damage to the system. So only use the system for its intended use. That is first thing. As I have already mentioned, the system is developed only for training and teaching purpose. Then the next one is improper installation, commissioning, operation, maintenance. So companies are not responsible. So do not operate the system using defective safety equipment, etc. Another very important point is that the operating instructions, we should follow the operating instructions mentioned in this manual. Then unauthorized modifications. So do not change the PLC program. Do not change the parameters. Do not change the wiring. Do not change the mechanical structure, etc. So company is not responsible. Then improperly executed repairs. Then disaster, foreign bodies and acts of uh, then dust. So cover the machine so that we can avoid the dust enter into the system. Then coming to the transport. Okay. So danger due to tipping over. So use necessary. This is related to the transportation. Use proper transport equipment. That means forklift. So use forklift or any transport equipment. If the station's center of gravity is on the on one side, okay, it will fall down. Then caster wheel. So the caster wheel is not for transportation. This is to position the system, only for positioning. This caster wheel is only for positioning. So during the installation time, the complete weight should go to the screw feet. Completely horizontal. Should wear safety shoes. That is mandatory. See, another very important point is that the station is having delicate components. So do not shake this. And also vibration is not allowed. Solid non-vibrating surface. Okay. And the ground is having sufficient load bearing capacity because the station is having sufficient weight, right? See, this is the nameplate. Okay, we will see the details of the nameplate. Okay, so for example, in this one, this is the name of the that particular station. So CPF linear C42. Then material number. This is internal material number, so that the company can easily identify it. Okay, this is to identify spare parts. Then this 3 represents, this is the order number. This 3 means order number. Okay. Okay, year of construction, batch code, etc. For example, 2020. Okay, so the batch order number, everything will be here. Number 3. Number 4 is, this is related to the electrical connection. Okay, this is the necessary power supply to run the system. For example, 3 AC, 400 voltage, 50-60 hertz. Then this is number 5. Yeah, number. Next is electrical and pneumatic ratings. So the current consumption is 1 ampere, right? Short circuit current rating 10 kA. Then the pressure 6 bar, right? 90 psi. And this is the ID. This is the unique ID to identify that machine. This is for maintenance and warranty, etc. This is 7 represents the who manufactured this system. Okay, this is data matrix. Okay, if you scan this code, you will get more information about the system. If you scan this QR code, you will get more information about the system. Then CE identification, what is the meaning of this? So CE identification means the system is following European standards. So that is the meaning. Yeah, nameplate application module. So this is the maximum pressure. Okay, so what is the maximum pressure? 6 bar, right? Okay, so do not use more than this pressure. Then current consumption, what will be the current consumption? Okay, the current required to operate this module. Then the operating voltage. Okay, so the voltage where the module is working. Then serial number. This is to identify each and every module. This is for maintenance, service, warranty, etc. Then number 5 is the type number or model number. Okay, if you are planning to order a spare part, we should remember this number, model number. Then we have CE. CE means this is following European safety standards. And this one. Okay, so there is a bin, right? Bin with a crossed wheel bin, right? So this is WEEE identification. So the meaning is that do not put this item like a simple bin. Okay, so remove this. Okay, remove this using electronic waste waste recycling only. So do not remove the system. Okay, do not put the system like we put inside a bin, right? So this system is not like that. Then the country of origin is in Canada, right? Made in Canada. And the production year is mentioned here, 2020. And there is a QR code, right? If you scan this QR code, we will get more information about the model, serial number, product details, documentation, etc. And what will be the total weight of this system. So next is the general machine safety. Again, warning. So the control program. Okay, so they have already conducted all the safety checkings. Okay, so the machine working is based on that control program. And the next one is do not change the parameters, safety function settings. Use the parameters whatever mentioned in this manual only. So do not change the parameters. If you change the parameter, okay, it will create damage to the system. Machine machine will not operate. Okay, danger will happen. Then your CE certification will become, you know, uh, rendered null and void. Okay, later on, conduct a risk assessment and make sure that CE conformity. Then coming to the general product safety. Okay, so this product was manufactured uh, after conducting a risk assessment. Do not change the hardware, software, new accessories, wrong usage. It will directly affect the product safety. Okay, if you change this, it will directly affect the safety. Plus your CE declaration will expire. Okay, if CE declaration will expire, we should conduct a safety evaluation again. Okay. Okay. Then coming to the protective devices. Okay. So the main important point is that do not remove the protective guards. Okay. Okay. Here some suggestions. One is that do not use any chemicals. Okay, to clean. So the window is polycarbonate window. Okay, so do not use any chemicals actually. If you use a wrong chemical, it will damage the safety window. If the safety window is having some issues, okay, so remove it immediately. That means any crack, breakage, or any scratch. So remove it immediately. So we have panel doors on the control cabinet. Okay, so transparent. This is a transparent polycarbonate door. Okay, so using the locking mechanism, we can open this door. So there is a key, cabinet key, control cabinet key. Using control cabinet key, we can open this door. Okay, so the entry to this control cabinet is only for a qualified electrician. Okay, access reserved for qualified electricians. So those who are qualified electricians only enter into this area. Okay, every time the door should be closed. Okay, because you know the symbol, right? Dangerous high voltage, right? So every time the door should be closed. So here we have the spring level spring steel hinges. This is the hinge of this door. Then this one is the cabinet lock here and here. These two are the cabinet lock. Okay, coming to the ASRS fixed element. This ASRS fixed element, right? Okay, side and also top transparent polycarbonate plate is using. This will be able to withstand impact. Also, this will save the operator during the machine is working. Okay, so this is a fixed guard actually. Do not remove it. Then ASRS 20 service door. This is for maintenance. Transparent, impact resistant polycarbonate door. During the maintenance service, we can open it. Two-channel safety switch is connected. Okay, if the door is closed, then only automatic operation will happen. If the door is opened, automatic operation will not happen. Okay, so this is showing the ASRS unit. So here inside this station, there is a robot or linear axis is moving. Okay, so we have a covering here to protect the user because some part is moving, right? If the ASRS station is working individually, protective unit or safety guard is mandatory. So both sides of the station required the safety guard. So that we can avoid the people who will wrongly enter into the place. Okay, if this station is connected to another station, okay, so that this carrier is moving from here to here. Okay, remove the protective unit. So this will be applicable to both the stations. So if you remove the that you know protective unit, so workpiece will go directly from this station to the another station. If you are using this station individually, use protective unit. Okay, or if you connected this station to another station, okay, remove the protective unit. Then the carrier will move from this station to the another station. Okay, next is the robot enclosure fixed element. Okay, again, In the robot side and top, we have a transparent polycarbonate plate, like a fixed guard. This will avoid the people where enter into the operating area of the robot. Then we have a service door. This is only for maintenance and service. Okay, having two channel safety switch. EN ISO 138491 for PL performance level D, PLD category 3. That means this is an international standard actually. So this was designed based on the international standard. So if the door is closed then only automatic operation will happen. If you open the door, okay, the safety switch, we have mentioned the safety switch, right? If we open the door, what will happen? Safety switch will work and the automatic operation of the robot will stop. Then protective unit for belt engagement robot. So if there is no other station, okay, we should use protective unit. Okay, if there is no if there is another station here, remove this protective unit so that the carrier will go from here to next station. Okay, so next is the emergency stop. Every station is having mushroom type of button that is called the emergency stop. Okay, and remember, all the emergency buttons in the station are connected. Okay, so if you want to release the emergency button, you should release all the emergency button. See, all the emergency stop actuators in the system are interconnected. If you want to release the emergency switch, you need to release all the emergency switches. Okay, if you want to uh, avoid this, press the reset button or confirmation. Then only system will work. There is no automatic reset. Okay, if you press the emergency button, release the emergency and then reset it. If there is any dangerous situation, press the emergency button, emergency stop button. Okay, then after pressing the emergency button, you should rectify all those errors. Okay, once you rectify all those errors, then we can press the reset button. Then additional protective devices. Okay, so providing short circuit protection, then overcurrent protection, then over voltage protection, thermal monitoring, etc. Then if necessary, consult the instruction manual for the device in question for more information. Okay, so coming to the technical data. So the operating voltage is a three-phase. So the operating voltage is a three-phase, 400-volt AC, plus or minus 10%, 50 hertz. And the power supply system, TNCS, L1, L2, L3, neutral, protective grounding. Then the power consumption, approximately 3 kilowatt. Control voltage, 24 volt to DC. PELV, protective extra low voltage. And power connection, power supply connection, IEC 60309, CW 16 ampere. Then backup fuse 16 ampere. And the leakage current will be less than 18 milliampere. And the station connection using system plug. Protection class will be class 1, protective ground. Coming to the over voltage category. Category 2, SCCR, short circuit current rating, 10 kA. Okay, then coming to the compressed air. So the supply pressure will be 6 bar, 90 psi. Airflow will be greater than or equal to 40 liter per minute. Compressed air quality, EN ISO 85731. And pressure dew point less than or equal to plus 3 degrees Celsius. So when you operate the device, we should maintain the pressure 6 bar. Then coming to the ambient conditions. Okay, this is only for indoor usage. And the ambient temperature is from 5 degrees Celsius to 40 degrees Celsius. And the relative air humidity 31 degrees Celsius, 80%. Pollution degree 2, dry, non-conductive contamination. And the operating height up to above 2000 meter. Noise level 70 dB. Okay, less than 70 dB. And certification as per CE marking, Machinery Directive, EMC Directive, and ROHS Directive. And EMC environment, Class A, industrial environment, EN 55011. So remember the important point. The operating voltage is three-phase 400 volt, and the control circuit 24 volt DC PELV. Compressor should give 6 bar pressure. Protective earthing is mandatory. Okay, and 16 ampere fuse. Okay, yes, and inside the lab, the temperature should be from 5 degrees Celsius to 40 degrees Celsius. So the meaning is that this system is working based on three-phase 400 volt AC, 50 hertz. Okay, so approximately 3 kilowatt power is required. And control circuit is 24 volt DC PELV. And the pneumatic system is using 6 bar pressure, right? 90 psi. Minimum 40 liter per minimum air is required. So the supply rate will be approximately 40 liter per minimum. And this system is used only in indoor environment only. And this is a safe device satisfying the different standards, machinery directive, EMC directive, ROHS directive, as per the European standards. So this is a safe device. Okay, let's see some introduction about the system. So this system was developed in cooperation with the teachers and instructors. So this is an industrial training system. Okay, so the positives will be modularity, mobility, flexibility, and openness. So the system was developed to provide the following skills to the students: social competence, professional competence, and methodological competence. So this system will help the students so that he will be getting this type of three competence: social competence, professional competence, methodological competence. Social competence, professional competence, and methodological competence. Which are required in today's complex world of employment. This is much easier now with use of CP factory. The two-sided symmetrical basic modules with accompanying control board and control unit are identical. So two similar basic module was included. Every module is having control board, control unit, transfer line, drive unit, and stopper unit. Using one module itself, we can use pallet circulation operation also. PLC, that means SPS programming. PLC, that means SPS programming. Drive technology. And this system is used to teach from basics to medium level. So this is not an advanced system. So this system is used to teach from basics to medium level. So that is the objective of this. So we can teach technology from basics to medium level using this system. See, what are the technologies we can teach using this system? DC geared motor drive technology, asynchronous motor and converter, optional. Servo motor and servo drive converter, optional. Pallet stop, pallet stroke and indexing. So pallet identification using binary coding. RFID technology using pallet identification. Speed and position measurement. Electro-pneumatics. Basics of electro-pneumatics, that means stop cylinder model. Then PLC. PLC SPS programming basics. PLC operating modes. PLC operating modes. Binary coding. Frequency converter. Frequency converter communication, optional. RFID communication. Then touch panel, HMI. Programming and visualization. See, as I have mentioned, we have basic module, right? So when we connect this basic module with an application module, we can make a complete production station. So for example, magazine station, handling station, machining station, processing units, assembly units. So we can connect these modules using standard mechanical electrical interfaces very easily. So using this system, using the CP factory, students can learn PLC programming, industrial automation, pneumatics, drive technology, networking, industrial communication, data acquisition, manufacturing process understanding. So CP factory. So what is CP factory? So CP factory is an industry 4.0 basis cyber physical manufacturing training system. Using this, students can learn PLC programming, pneumatics, drives, RFID, HMI, networking, industrial communication, data acquisition, pallet handling, etc. So because of its modularity, mobility, and flexibility, expandability, we can add more application stations, and we can do a complete smart factory simulation also. Then general information CP lab system. So this first didactic CP lab system was developed for industrial training. This is actually a learning system. Using real industrial equipments devices. Okay, so that the student will get some practical uh, exposure. So after using this, student will get uh, three skills. Okay, three key qualifications: social competence, professional competence, and methodological method competence. So social competence means the student will be able to work inside a team. Technical competence means the student will get technical knowledge, technical skills, and technical knowledge. Method competence means the student will be able to solve a particular problem and understand the operations also. So using the CP lab system, we can do the following industrial projects such as planning, assembly, programming, commissioning, operation, maintenance, fault finding, and troubleshooting. And what are the Industry 4.0 features? Okay, one is called the MES. MES means Manufacturing Execution System Integration. Highly variable production, storage of manufacturing data into the product. With the help of RFID, identify the product. Integrated quality checking, quality inspection, camera-based number and color detection, integrated energy management, tracking the product in the system, product tracking throughout the system. So this manual is used to operate the basic module as well as the application module systematically. So this lab will be very much useful for electrical engineering students, mechanical or mechatronic students, automation technicians, engineering trainees, industrial maintenance engineers, etc. So let's go some more details into the system. Resources. Okay, first one is the pallet carrier. Okay, MES part number 31, right? So what is the part number? MES. In MES, the number of this pallet is MES 31. So what is this? What is this pallet carrier? So pallet carrier, this is used to move the pallet from one conveyor system to another. Okay, this is like a vehicle to move the pallet from one conveyor station to another. So this pallet carrier is moving in the conveyor from one location to another. So each carrier, okay, in order to identify this carrier in MES system, this number is given. So what is the number? MES 31. So in the MES system, this carrier, the carrier number is MES 31. So through this, see through this MES, okay. So the location of this carrier. So we have a main system. We have a main MES system. Using the MES system, we can track this carrier correctly using this number MES 31. Okay. Then coming to the next one, MES 25. Okay. This is what is called a pallet. This is carrier. This is called a carrier, and this is called a pallet. This is pallet carrier. We can place this pallet on the top of this. Okay, here you can see this space, right? So we will place the workpiece here. Okay, so the workpiece will be here, and this complete system will be on the top of this pallet carrier. Okay, so we have this pallet, right? So we can place one workpiece at a time on this pallet. Okay, so the workpiece is not traveling, not interacting with the conveyor belt directly. The workpiece is here on the pallet, and this pallet is on the top of this carrier, and the carrier is in contact with the conveyor. So workpiece, there is no contact with the conveyor. Okay, so the workpiece is moving because of this pallet carrier is moving. Okay, so we have our main system, manufacturing execution system. To understand this pallet, what is the number? The number is MES 25. So in MES 25 means this pallet, 31 means pallet carrier. So what is the basic difference between this pallet carrier and this pallet? Okay, so this pallet carrier is directly interacting with the conveyor belt, right? So, okay, so this carrier will transport this pallet and workpiece from one location to another. And this part number is very important. The part number of this pallet carrier is MES 31. And workpiece, the pallet will be holding workpiece. Okay, so we can place the workpiece here on the top of this. Okay, and its number is MES 25. Okay, so in the MES 31 means pallet carrier and 25 means pallet. Okay, then coming to the continuation of the resources, right? Next will be box with a retainer for 10 PCBs. And what is the part number of this? Part number of this is MES 27. So what is the meaning of this? That means we can store 10 printed circuit boards into this. Okay, we can store 10 printed circuit boards. So inside this inside this box we have a retainer, right? So retainer means folder, right? So why what is the use of this retainer, or what is the use of this folder? Okay, so that the PCB will be holding properly. Okay, PCB will not have any damage or any issues. So the PCB will be safely. PCB will be here without any issues, without any problems. So the in MES, the number of this box will be MES 27. So in manufacturing execution system, the number 27 is used to identify this box. Okay, so once again, what is number 31? So 31 is pallet carrier, and 25 is, what is this 25? 25 is pallet, and number 27 is box. And then next is box with retainer for 8 front or back covers or assembled workpieces, and the part number is MES 28. Okay, so what is the use of this box? So in this box, we can store 8 front cover or 8 back cover, or 8 completed assembly workpieces we can store in this box. What is the number in MES? It's 28. It's 28. So because of the retainer, the workpiece will hold properly, and no issues with the uh, you know with the parts. Okay, so remember the number MES is 28. Okay, so once again, for carrier the number is 31, and for pallet it is 25, and for to store 10 PCBs with retainer 27, and to store 8 front or back cover or assembled workpieces, the part number is MES 28. Then continue the remaining. So we have discussed, we have our raw material, right? Having these numbers. Then we have front cover with the numbers. Then we have back cover with the numbers. Then we have electronic components with the numbers. And then we have assembly with this numbers. Then coming to the continuation, we have a gray front cover. Okay. See, this is a gray front cover, right? Okay. So this is a gray front cover. So here you can see what is this. This is black cover. So black cover with fuse, one fuse, okay. Sorry, with no fuses, then one fuse left, one fuse right, both fuses. Then this one is, this is a gray front cover, right? So this is a the gray front cover with without fuses, one fuse left, one fuse right, both fuses, right? Okay. And after that we have blue cover with without fuse, one fuse right, one fuse left, then both fuses, right? That is blue front cover series. Okay. Then after that we have so we have this raw material. Then we can manufacture it. Okay, from the CNC machine. That is the understanding. That is the meaning. Then we have a red cover, red front cover series, right? With without fuse, one fuse left, one fuse right, and then with both fuses. Okay, then finally the complete product. Once the assembly is completed, we will get, for example, black complete without board. Okay, that number is 1200. Then customer configurable product 1210. Then black product with no fuse. Okay. Then black product with left fuse, black product with the right fuse, black product with both fuses. So this is the final product actually. Okay, so once again we have raw material with this number, right? Then we have front cover, right? Then we have back cover. Then we have electronic components. We have assemblies with the different colors, right? With different scenarios, and finally final assembled product. So so because of this number, okay. So because of this number in the MES, we can track this properly. Okay, then coming to the design and function, transport. See, the station, see the weight of the station is very high. Okay, so to move the station, we should use forklift or approved equipments to move the station from one location to another. So use the proper lifting points. And also we should use the proper load pickup points to lift the station. If you use unauthorized equipments or devices, station uh, will not work. Then warning, securing transit route. So before moving the station, we should clear the transport route. Okay, and it should be properly move the forklift properly. If required, provide warning signs or barrier tape. If you open the packing box, okay, additional components will be there. Example, computer, accessories. So make sure that do not fall out all those additional components. Then again warning. Okay, see this symbol. If your hand will enter into this place, what will happen? It will create damage. Okay, do not place your hand or leg below the station. Okay, otherwise, okay, you will otherwise what will happen? It will be your hand or leg will crushed or trapped in these areas. Then coming to the transport. So once you open this box, make sure that all the accessories will be in good condition. After that, take the station outside. If some projecting parts will be on the machine, okay, handle it very carefully. If you wrongly handle those projection things, it will create damage. And also check the vibration. Sorry, during the transportation, vibration will be happening, right? So using 4 to 6 Allen key, make sure that all connectors are properly connected or not. Okay, then we will see modules and application modules. So we have two things. One is basic module and the second one is application module. So CP factory system consisting of two modules. One is basic module and the second one is application module. See, what is a basic module? See, for example, CP factory basic module linear. This is a basic module actually. Okay, so basic module in the sense means we have a conveyor belt, right? Linear conveyor line. We can move a pallet or workpiece from one location to another or from one station to another station using this basic module. So this basic module is having conveyor system, right? Then there will be one HMI panel, right? We have emergency, this button is called emergency stop button. Then PLC, control system, pneumatic components, right? Electrical control cabinet, etc. So the application module will be connected to this basic module. Then next is called a CP factory basic module bypass. Okay, so this is the advanced version of this basic module, this linear module. So this bypass will be the modified version of this with this linear module. So normally the workpiece will move through this main conveyor, right? Okay, so in this case we have a main conveyor plus we have one bypass line also. So based on the requirement, the workpiece will move through this main conveyor or this bypass. So because of that, we can select different paths for different products. For example, we can select a path for defective workpiece. So parallel production will be possible. We can create flexible manufacturing system. Okay, here discussing about application stations. This is CP Factory ASRS for pellet. ASRS means automatic storage and retrieval system. So the thing is that we can store pellet with workpiece. Okay, automatically store and retrieve in the system. It is what is called ASRS. Okay, this can store pellet with workpiece or without workpiece. Loading and unloading automatically was possible because of this ASRS. And the movement will be based on the servo axis. By adjusting the MES or PLC control, the necessary pellet will select. Okay, so we can select from the MES. Okay, based on that, automatically store and retrieve from this ASRS system. So before the production and after before starting the production and after completing the production, okay, this is used for to manage the pellet. So this station is used for pellet management. This is to manage the pellet, and the complexity level will be high. The complexity level is high. Then next one will be the CP Factory robot assembly station. This is to assemble electronic devices. Okay, with the help of robot, this station will assemble electronic devices. So the robot is an industrial 6-axis robot with vision system. Okay, using this robot, we can pick and place component assembly, etc. Different operations we can conduct. And it is having a vision system. Vision system means there is a camera. So using the camera, the workpiece location will identify and assemble properly. So during the operation, PLC, robot controller, vision system, everything will be working simultaneously so that it will get high precision and accuracy. So this station is used to learn Industry 4.0, smart manufacturing, and automated assembly, and the complexity level is high. Okay, so in these two stations, the complexity level is high. So we have two stations, right? One is ASRS station. This is to automatically store or retrieve the pellet with workpiece. And this CP Factory robot assembly station is a 6-axis industrial robot having vision system to to assemble electronic components precisely and accurately, and having very high complexity. And these two systems are working with the MES and PLC conveyor. Next is CP Application Module Magazine. So we have housing parts, right? Okay, front cover, back cover, right? Okay, so to feed the front cover, back cover automatically, that is what is called CP Application Module Magazine. We can store multiple parts in this magazine, and this is working based on electro-pneumatic technology. And whenever the part is required, it will give directly to the system. Different front cover, back cover, etc. we can collect and distribute it using this magazine. So again, this is working based on the PLC, so it will work accurately and precisely, and the complexity is simple. The module type is electro-pneumatic module. Okay, so here this is the complexity is simple, but in the inspection the complexity is high. Then coming to the CP application module, pick by light. So during the assembly, the necessary workpiece or the components, the operator can take it very easily from this pick by light station. Okay, so for the assembly, the operator can take it from the box. Okay, so the necessary LED light will blink actually. Okay, so we have different boxes, right? Okay, different boxes having different parts, right? So LED light will blink here. Then the operator can select the required part from this. For example, LED light blink from here, the operator will take from here. Okay, so the operator will select the correct part from the correct box. So this will increase the accuracy, right? So when the LED light will blink, the operator will take part from that tray only, not from the other trays. So this will increase the accuracy of the assembly precision. So this is very much used in manual assembly, order picking, warehouse automation, etc. Again, this is also connecting with PLC, MES, and HMI, and the complexity level is electrical module. Okay, it is not mentioned here. What is the complexity level? Next is CP application module press. Okay, so here we have our housing parts, right? Like a front cover, back cover, etc. Right? Okay, here the system will press it and complete the assembly. And this is working based on the electro-pneumatic technology. Using the pneumatic cylinder, give the necessary force to assemble the parts correctly. Once the workpiece reached in the correct position, PLC signal will receive, and based on that, press will move directly. Okay, and the pressing operation will happen. After completing the press, cylinder will go back, and workpiece will move to the next station. By using the position sensor, observing the location of the press. So this module is used in assembly automation, press fit operations, electro-pneumatic control, etc. And the complexity level is simple. And the module type is electro-pneumatic module. And further modules, right? So further module will be mobile robot, Robotino for boxes. Okay, so this is a mobile robot to transport the box from one station to another autonomously. So this is actually an AGV, automated guided vehicle. So this is working based on PLC, MES, and Fleet Manager. So collaborating with MES, PLC, and Fleet Manager, this robot is moving from one location to another. Line following, navigation, obstacle detection, automatic docking, etc. All those features will be supporting. So in the smart factory, this is used for material handling, logistics, internal transportation, etc. To teach all those concepts, we can use this. Next is CP factory MR buffer. Okay, so now once the Robotino is bringing box, okay, we need to store this box to a station called CP factory MR buffer to temporarily store this box. Okay, temporarily store the box and distribute the box. And that station is what is called a buffer station. That means this is an intermediate station actually, used to provide boxes over two conveys, docking station for mobile robots for boxes. Okay, and this is having the docking station to the Robotino, so that the Robotino will come here directly and dock it properly. We can control the system using MES and a PLC, and the coming of the box, going, everything we can control using MES and a PLC. The production flow we can control use the material flow. Okay, we can continuously monitor the production flow using this buffer station. So next is CP factory MR buffer and palletizing robot. Okay, so now the box is coming, right? So now the box is coming, right? So from the box, take the parts. Okay, so take the parts and then place the parts into the pallet. And also from the pallet into the box. So this is what is the duty of this MR buffer and palletizing robot. The station has the task to implement parts from boxes in pallets and the other way around. Then CP factory MR buffer and robot for mill. Okay, so again, the parts coming from the box, right? It will be delivered into the CNC machine. So that is the duty of this robot. So the duty of this robot is to pick the part from the box and then put this part into the CNC machine. And once machining is completed, it will take the workpiece from the machine into the box. It is pick and place. Okay, so the robot will take the workpiece, load the workpiece into the CNC machine, and after completing the machining operation, it will unload it into the box. So that is the duty of this robot. Coming to the MSRS 20. Previously, we saw ASRS, right? ASRS means automatic storage and retrieval system. And MSRS means manual storage and retrieval system 20. So MSRS 20 means we can store 20 boxes here. So the Robotino AGV is bringing boxes, right? Or anything. We can store that boxes here in this storage. Okay, so there is an iPad actually. So using this iPad, so operator will use this iPad to select the appropriate location. So this will receive box from the Robotina AGV using the iPad, controlling the storage location. Manual loading. So here the operation is not automatic. Here the operation is manual loading and unloading. Okay, from the storage into the Robotino and from the Robotino into the storage. So this is for warehouse management. So we have a basic module combined with an application module, it will become a station. Okay, and multiple stations will combine to form a production line. If we have multiple stations, if we have multiple stations, it will become a production line. Okay, so that's all about basic module, application module, and station. Then we have a carrier, right? So this is the part where the workpiece is traveling from one location to another, right? So this is directly connecting with the conveyor belt. Okay, and on the top of the carrier, we can place the pallet. Okay, so the platform where we can place it on the top of the carrier is what is called a pallet, right? And on the top of the pallet, we can place the workpiece. Okay, so this is the connection. So the workpiece is here and the pallet is here. Okay, so the workpiece is moving on the conveyor belt because of the movement of this carrier. The carrier is directly connecting with the conveyor belt, not the workpiece. So workpiece is not directly no connection with the conveyor. So the carrier is directly connecting with the conveyor. I hope you understand. So the carrier is moving. So the carrier is moving from one location to another, right? Okay, then we have workpiece, right? See, every production line is manufacturing a particular product, right? So in this case, the product is a simplified version of a mobile phone. Okay, so you know what is the shape of a mobile phone, right? It's having a front cover, back cover, and inside there is an electronic assembly, right? So this is a simplified version of a mobile phone. So we have a front cover, right? And then we have a PCB board, right? Then we have a back cover, and this PCB board is having maximum 2 fuses. Okay, so these parts will manufacture in different stations, right? For example, this front cover and back cover manufacture in a CNC machine, right? And then assemble this in the robot assembly station. And finally, we will get the simplified version of the mobile phone. That will be the product. Okay, so we discussed about the basic module, right? If you connect the basic module with the application module, we will get a station, right? Okay, and multiple stations will become a production line, and the carrier is moving on. The carrier will be on the top of this conveyor belt, right? So the carrier is moving, right? And on the top of the carrier, we will place the pallet, and on the top of the pallet, we will place the workpiece, right? So if the carrier is moving, because so the workpiece is moving because the carrier is moving, right? So here, what is the product? The product is a simplified version of a mobile phone. Okay, then coming to the assembly. So you have to install the system in a frost-free room with the maximum relative humidity 70% and a maximum ambient temperature of 25 degrees Celsius. So the relative humidity will be 70% and the ambient temperature will be 25 degrees Celsius. If we will be using this system in a place where the temperature is very high, make sure that the ambient temperature will be 25 degrees Celsius. So welding systems, big motors, conductors, where uh, having high electrical distributing sources. You should move from there. If necessary, use EMC shielding. And the system will be on a horizontal place. This will reduce the vibration and it will operate properly. Between the system and the wall, there will be a proper space for air circulation as well as for maintenance. Appropriate distance between the system and the wall. If required, protective covering should use to avoid the dust, the entry of dust. To avoid the entry of dust, if necessary, provide protective covering. So this image is showing the CP factory system. Okay, this is to show the arrangement of different stations, necessary safety distance, operator area, and the electric controls the placement of electric systems. Okay, so for example, here it is showing, see, number 1, number 2, number 3 different stations, right? Then number 8, right? So this is camera station, right? This is pick by light. This is magazine, right? This is MR buffer, right? This is a CNC milling machine, right? And this is manual storage, like that. So this is showing the arrangement of the system. Okay, so let's see here this number, this one CP factory basic module linear plus camera inspection plus press right. And number two, this is pick by light, right? Number three, basic module bypass, right? So this is bypass, right? And number four, MR buffer and palletizing robot. Number five is the mobile robot AGV, right? Then number six, module box buffer. And then number seven is showing the manual storage, right? And number eight is showing the, what is that? Automatic storage and retrieval system, right? And number nine, this is showing the robot assembly. Number 10 is another robot, right? And number 11, MR buffer and robot for milling operation. So next is showing the emergency stop structure. So this is our emergency button. Okay, if you press any one emergency button, it will affect the complete station, right? If you press one button, it will stop the entire system. So this is the backside of the emergency button, the electrical interface. And number two, yes, this one. This is number two. This is the button actually. Emergency stop push button. FT FQ1. This is red mushroom button. If you press this emergency, it will send to the emergency stop board. So if you press this, all the actuator will stop. Then there is a reset button here. Okay. Once you rectify all those problems, press this reset button. Okay. Once you reset this, then only you can use the entire system. We have an indicator light. It will show blue color. So this is the emergency stop board F2X. X is it? So we have multiple stations, right? So that so all the stations emergency is connected to this board. If you press this emergency button, it will affect all the stations. Then this is the emergency stop unit F2KF1, safety relay, safety controller. Okay, if this system will receive the emergency stop signal, motor, pneumatic valve, robot, conveyor, all the actuators will cut the power safely. Okay, so the working will be like this. If the operator will press the emergency button, it will go to the emergency stop board, right? Okay, then the safety unit will check everything, right? Everything will stop immediately. All conveys, robot, pneumatic, actuator, motor immediately. Okay, once you rectified your problem, press the reset button, clear it. Then only we can run the system again. So all the stations are connected through hardwired safety circuit. Even the PLC is not working, emergency stop will work. Without pressing the reset button, the system will not operate. Okay, this is following the machine safety standards. So in every station, there is one emergency stop board. Okay, so this board is having connected with the 10-pin cable. If you press the emergency button of any one step, okay, it will directly affect the complete production line. So the operation will be like this. From the power cabinet, 24-volt given to the emergency stop system. The safety circuit will start from here. Then the 10-pin cable connected to the first station, emergency stop board, to the X1 interface. After that, first station's X2 interface is connected to the X1 interface cable. Like that, all the stations connected, daisy chain. Finally, there is no station X2 connected to the jumper plug. So in this way, safety circuit will complete. So all the safe signals received in emergency stop board will internally processed through X4 interface. So if you press emergency stop, the signal will go to the emergency stop board. Through the signal 10-pin cable, it will reach to all the stations. All the conveyor, robot, motor, pneumatic, actuator, everything will stop immediately. Once you reset it, then only you can use the system again. So all the stations included in a same safety chain. For that, using 10-pin cable. And the last stage is connected with the jumper plug. And the safety system is not connected with the PLC program, hardwired circuit. So more safe. So in this page explaining the emergency stop circuit board, F2X and its connections. F2 XZ2 X1. This is the emergency stop coupling unit. This is the input connector. So the previous station's signal will reach us here. So if this is the first station, okay, so there will be no previous station, right? So use bridge plug or jumper plug. So through this, the circuit will complete. Then next is F2 XZ2 X2. Emergency stop coupling output 1. This is the output connector 1. Okay, so the emergency stop signal is connected to the next station using this connector. If there is no next station, we can use bridge plug. So through that, the circuit will make sure that the circuit is open. And if ZX Z2 X3, this is emergency stop coupling output number 2. This is to connect external machine, like for example CNC machine. Then finally F2 Z2 X4. This is the terminal connected to control panel, 24 voltage, power supply, emergency stop relay, etc. So what is bridge plug? Okay. If we will not connect this bridge plug or jumper plug, the circuit will open. Okay, system will not operate. Okay, we need to close the circuit, right? So to close the circuit, we should use this bridge plug. Bridge plug should be provided. See, next is IP address. So every device is having different IP address, so that this can connect using industrial Ethernet or Profinet network. So communication will become very easy. So communication will be very easy because of this IP address. So network mask 255.192.0. So this will be, so we have multiple devices in our network, right? So this will be setting the limit to communicate between the devices. Default gateway 172.21.0.230. This is the gateway used to transfer data to other network. And the network name is a production. We have a virtual server station server. This is MESPC. Okay, first MESPC, and the IP address is 172.21.0.90. This is the main computer actually. 172.21.0.90. And the access point will be 172.21.200. 0.200. Access point means wireless or network access point. And CP factory high bay rack for pellets. PLC IP 172.21.1.1 to control the high bay rack. HMI TP700 comfort 172.21.1.10. This is the operator touch panel. Then RFID gateway 172.21.1.20. This will read the pallet RFID tag. Then servo motor controller. 172.21.1.32, right? Then 33, 32 and 33 is for motor control, right? Then robot assembly. So coming to the robot assembly station. So coming to the robot assembly station, we have PLC, right? Then 2.1, then HMI panel, this one, 21.2.10, then RFID, 21.2.20, RFID gateway 2, 2.21, then camera, right? SOSBOQ camera, 172.21.2.50, and then robot controller, 172.21.2.41. This is to control the industrial robot. So server will be 172.21.0, 0.x server MES access point. Bybay will be 172.21.1.x ASRS. Okay, ASRS. Then for robot assembly station, it will be 172.21.2. 2 dot. So 2 dot means this is the robot assembly station. This one means ASRS, right? So this is for ASRS, this is for ASRS, and this is for robot assembly station. 172.21.2. So 2 means robot assembly station, right? Okay, then we have next is what is called camera. Okay, camera inspection station. So camera inspection station is 172.21.3. 3 is camera station, and then after that 4, this one, right? So that means magazine, right? Magazine station. And then MR buffer and palletizing robot, that is number 5, right? So this is having, MR buffer, yeah, PLC, then HMI, RFID, PLC, then HMI, RFID robot. So having here it is showing the PLC, sorry, the IP address. So for the camera station, it will be 172.21.3, right? And for magazine station, 172.21.4. For robot, MR buffer and palletizing robot, 172.21.5. Okay, then we have next one. This is a pick by light station. So the IP address is 172.21.6. Pick by light. Then after that we have pressing station. That means 7. 172.21.7.1. This is pressing station. That is the IP address, right? Then after that we have manual storage, right? So 8. 172.21.8.90. So this means the tablet. We have the tablet. Then we have MR buffer station number 9, right? PLC, HMI, RFID. Okay. And then number 10. Number 10 is what is this? MR buffer and robot for mill, right? Yes. Okay, and finally we have number 11 and 12, right? So this is number 11, right? Robot in a number 11, and we have another robot number 12. 172.21.11.90.